A pleasant good morning to the Prime Minister and his cabinet, Leader of the Opposition and his ministers, Madam Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, and increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Good morning, members. Allow me to welcome the students of the classes of Standard 2 and 3 from Faith Nazarene School, which is located in San Ignacio. Welcome to the House meeting. Also, allow me to acknowledge that we are on what should be the third of 4 Fridays in the month of autism. It's a month of which we celebrate individuality and we embrace inclusivity. In the past, the National Assembly building has participated with their efforts. This year, we did not do the lighting, but we do encourage members as well as general public to support an initiatives to bring awareness to this community in Belize. And of course, tomorrow, members, is World Earth Day. It's celebrated every year, April 22nd. And this year's theme is to invest in our planet. There are also several initiatives that are celebrated throughout Belize and around the world, and I'm sure you have been made aware of same to help participate and promote. I now recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. One second, Prime Minister, for the heading.
Item 4, bills brought from the Senate.
I now recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, again, please allow me your indulgence to welcome the students from Faith Nazarene School. It's such a pleasure to greet each and every one of them, and it fills you of such hope when you see these wonderful young children here coming to witness a house meeting. And maybe we should invite these kids to come every house meeting, Madam Speaker. Then it would force us to be on our best behavior because we can't give them a bad example. So maybe something, Minister of Education, that we could try arrange them come for every meeting so we could behave. And I can't pass on without, again, acknowledging as what you just said about Autism Fridays for the month of April to recognize that this is something that for decades in Belize we did not recognize when kids were autistic. And many instances just start and they just can't learn. And, but now I'm happy that we have a number of people such as Christy that works at the Ministry of Education and a number of other people, including my wife Rosanna, who have been promoting an awareness and that families can be able to get more support to be able to help them deal with their children. Also, Madam Speaker, again, before I go into the work of the House, I ask again your permission to take a moment to offer on behalf of the entire House our appreciation to our cross-country champion, Mr. Oscar Quiroz Jr., our 93rd cross-country champion, the man who brought back the garland to Belize. And he's from Cayo Tunua, that memory back here from Cayo North is reminding me, and I can't take credit for that one. I'm not from the north, I'm from the west. From the west where you have the hills. But he's from Belize, that's the important thing. I also, Madam Speaker, important to congratulate young Dimitri Mayers, who won 2 gold medals at the 50th Carifta Games. We are so proud of this young man. And I know that all along we just look at the glory, but we do not recognize, or we need to recognize that these 2 young men, they sacrificed and they worked very hard to make all of us as a country proud. So I wish for this honorable House to record not only our appreciation and thanks, but also our great joy in their accomplishments. They lifted a nation, and they must know how very proud we are of both of them, of Oscar and Dimitri. That said, Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the House now do consider the Senate amendments to the Nonprofit Organization Bill 2023. I know there was a lot of concerns raised by the NGO community or the nonprofit community, including the churches. And as we said, we are a government that listens to people, we consult, and we did a number of consultations, and I believe that we managed to allay most, if not all, of the fears or the concerns that these different organizations were bringing to our attention. I want to be able to thank the Senate, because I think it was approved, certainly pretty much is a unanimous decision to bring back this bill to the House for approval. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the House do now consider the Senate amendment. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The amendments to the Non-Profit Organizations Bill 2023 agreed by the Senate. Arrangement of classes, Class 2, Class 3, Class 3A, Class 6, Class 7, Class 8, Class 9, Class 10-2, Class 11, Class 12, Class 13, Class 17, Class 18-1, Class 21-5, Class 22-4, Class 24, Class 25, Class 26, Classes 26, 7, 28, and 29, Class 30, Schedule 1, Schedule 3, and Schedule 4 as circulated to all members.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me to join the Prime Minister in welcoming the teachers and students from Faith Nazarene. Very happy to have you with us this morning. I rise, Madam Speaker, this is the Legal Aid Bill 2023. I rise to move that the House do now consider the Senate amendments.
Members, allow me to just correct a procedural matter. I do have to put the specific question on naming the bill that was amended. So, honorable members, the question is that the amendment as proposed by the Senate to the Non-Profit Organizations Bill 2023 be accepted. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Go ahead.
The amendment to the Legal Aid Bill 2023 is in Class 6, which is to delete and replace. The amendment has been circulated to all members.
Honourable members, the question is that the House do now consider the Senate amendments. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that the amendments as proposed by the Senate to the Legal Aid Bill 2023 be accepted. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table session of papers HR 163-113, the Belize Constitution Public Service Emoluments and Allowance Reduction Amendment Regulations 2023. Also, Madam Speaker, we have a number of sessional papers all pertaining to Social Security from HR, if you allow me your indulgence, Madam Speaker, from HR 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 174A, 175, 176, 176A, 177, 178, 179, all pertaining with Social Security, collections of contributions and benefits amendments, all that should have been done a while back, but for one reason it wasn't, so we're bringing them all to lay on the table. And also HR number 183-113, House of Representatives Amendment Standing Orders 2023.
Honourable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowance Reduction Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowance Reduction Act number 14 of 2021 to repeal and replace the definition of relevant period so as to end the increment freeze imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office as of March 31st, 2023, instead of March 31st, 2024, and to provide for matters they are connected with. Madam Speaker, just brief comments. I'm very pleased to introduce this Public Sector Emoluments and Allowance Reduction Bill. Again, as I said, this bill brings to an end the salary reduction and increment freeze as of 1st of April 2023. I cannot say how grateful we are on this side. Indeed, I'm sure those on the other side and the entire nation as a whole, that we should all be grateful to our public officers, our teachers, or our men in uniform for being partners in the rescue and recovery of our nation as a result of the two pandemics that hit Belize, the COVID-19 pandemic and the UDP-induced pandemic. When our administration took the tough decisions to ask public officers, or teachers, or men and women in uniform to take this cut, we were asking them to take one more giant step for Belize. If we can recall that it was the former UDP administration that had already imposed an increment freeze, so that their decision to do this was a second gesture on their part. And it was because of this act of selflessness that we were able to bring this kind of recovery to our economy. We have managed to be able to do this in record time, Madam Speaker. If you remember, we said that the pay cut was, the 10% pay cut was for 3 years. We managed to bring it, just do it for 1 year, and the increment freeze for another 3 years under our government. And now we are lifting the freeze 1 year ahead of time. This was done, Madam Speaker, simply because our government, we had a bold plan, a plan that allowed us to be able to get the economy working way faster than anybody could have predicted. Certainly, if you remember, it was the former Prime Minister who was saying he was weeping for Belize. Well, we did not weep. We rolled our sleeves and we started working from day one to get our economy back on track. And we did not do it alone. Our public officers and the teachers and the BDF and the police, everybody joined us in this selfless quest to get Belize back on track. And because of our work, because of their cooperation and their work, today we are presenting a bill to unfreeze what we did 1 year ahead of time. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to repeal and replace the definition of relevant period so as to end the increment freeze imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office as at March 31st, 2023, instead of March 31st, 2024, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Again, Madam Speaker, with your permission and the leave of the House, I would like to introduce several bills, all of them together. The following bills, which are the Credit Unions Amendment Bill 2023, Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill 2023, the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Amendment Bill 2023, International Banking Amendment Bill 2023, Money Lenders Amendment Bill 2023, Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2023, and the National Payment System Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, I know many are wondering why is it that we're bringing all of these bills all at the same time. But it's important to give a little bit of history. As you all know, Madam Speaker, Belize has partnered with the global community to better respond to evolving threats, vulnerabilities, and risks of money laundering, terrorism financing, and the financing of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. In this connection, Belize has committed to periodic evaluation of our anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism and combating the finance of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction systems. As we go on, Madam Speaker, you will hear me refer during this presentation to these three matters by their acronyms. The AML, the anti-money laundering, CFT, countering the financing of terrorism, and the CPF, combating the financing of proliferation of weapons of mass systems. The last mutual evaluation, or the third round mutual evaluation, occurred over a decade ago. It took place around 2011. Unfortunately, in all three areas, the AML, CFT, the CPF systems, Belize under the past UDP administration failed to meet the requisite international standards. As a result of this, the Financial Action Task Force, which I will refer to, the FATF, the body that sets the standards for, or the institution that decides if you pass or fail, so to speak, basically said our systems were not up to standards. The FATF recommended that countries take countermeasures to protect themselves against the weakness and risk created by Belize's substandard system. It is no surprise that Belize's banking system ultimately suffered losses of over 80% of its correspondent banking relationships. Here again, you have a clear example of why we said that the UDP administration was incompetent. Well, either they were incompetent or they just did not have the capacity to get this important work done. And what was the result of their incompetence, Madam Speaker? Well, the result was that this was part of the reason why we lost 80% of our corresponding banking relationship. When they finally decided to do something, they hurriedly passed a host of legislation to come into technical compliance with those international standards, standards which continue to evolve and be refined over time. And I remember when those bills were being brought to the House, the then Prime Minister got unanimous support because we on the other side recognized how important it is to support these bills. We have no control. These things are being imposed on us by the developed countries. But unfortunately, Belize's legislation, they were not updated or kept updated in subsequent years. So based on a gap analysis conducted by the National Anti-Money Laundering Committee over the past year, it was determined that numerous legislative adjustments needed to be made to meet technical compliance with the 40 recommendations handed down by the FATF. The FATF recommendations are recognized as the Global AML CFT CPF standard. Belize is now in the midst of another evaluation, the fourth round mutual evaluation of our AML's CFT and CPF systems by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, or the CFATF. So many acronyms, we need a dictionary to keep up. Strengthening of our legislative framework to better align with the FATF recommendations coincides with, as well as supports, the ongoing Caribbean Financial Action Task Force fourth round mutual evaluation of Belize's AML, CFT, and CPF regime. Madam Speaker, sound technical compliance with the FATF recommendations is critical for the continued smooth functioning of Belize's commerce and economic activity with our partners in the international financial system. The identification of areas of deficiencies, coupled with a failure to address them in a limited specific time frame, could lead to the blacksiding of Belize and the application of countermeasures, including further de-risking of correspondent banking relationships, and there could be other consequences as well. I need not tell you that if they were to happen, it would have far-reaching consequences for Belize's banking system, for economy, and for individual citizens. This could also affect foreign enterprises, including financial institutions, to do business with the public and private sectors in Belize. So we continue to strengthen technical compliance by ensuring appropriate legislation are in place and are aligned to international standards. To accomplish this, Madam Speaker, we are proposing to amend 7 pieces of legislation governing the financial system. Namely, 1, the Credit Unions Amendment Bill sets out provisions to A, require credit unions to comply with all requirements of the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act. B, ensure the Chief Executive Officer, senior executives, and members of the Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and Credit Committee of credit unions are fit and proper to function in the relevant capacity. This is to prevent criminals and other associates from exercising significant control over credit unions, and E and C, enable publication of sanctions imposed for non-compliance with legal obligations at the central bank's discretion. 2, the Central Bank of Belize Amendment Bill sets out provisions to A, reinforce the central bank's authority to ensure financial institutions comply with their AML, CFT, CPF obligations. B, avoid conflicts of interest by the central bank's leadership and staff. And C, cooperate with foreign counterparts, particularly with respect to the exchange of supervisory information. 3, the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Amendment Bill sets out provisions to A, ensure financial institutions are licensed to operate and that approval of a license is not issued to allow shell banks to be established or to continue to operate. B, allow for the operational independence of the central bank to have full discretion to take actions and decisions on banks and banking groups under its supervision. And C, allow publication of sanctions imposed for non-compliance with legal obligations at the central bank's discretion. 4, the International Banking Amendment Bill sets out provisions to A, align the definition of shell bank to the DBFIA and the FFAT's the definition and prohibit a license from being issued to a shell bank. B, allow for operational independence for the central bank to have full discretion to take actions and decisions on banks and banking groups under supervision without interference. And C, allow publication of sanctions imposed for non-compliance with legal obligations at the central bank's discretion. 5, the Moneylenders Amendment Bill sets out provisions to enable publication of sanctions imposed for non-compliance with legal obligations at the central bank's discretion. And 6, the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2023. The Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill is deceptively long, Madam Speaker. It came class 47, introduces a new section 8, which is itself about 300 pages long. But it just simply lists individuals and entities which the United Nations oblige us to apply targeted financial sanctions against, and which is required by the FATF. So we have taken a practical step to clear the backlog of those designated persons through this schedule, as opposed to flooding the courts with over 700 applications and bringing our judicial system to a standstill. So in effect, we're passing here in legislation with one sweep to include them, which the United Nations is requiring us to in effect, not do business with this group. The sanctions have been imposed. So being more practical here in dealing with that. So even while we're drafting these laws, again, we're taking into account the practical considerations that impact on Belize's effectiveness in the AML, CFT, CPF, and which can have cascading effects on our broader law enforcement and judicial systems. And 7, Madam Speaker, the National Payment System Amendment Bill sets out provisions to ensure payment service providers and agents are licensed or registered to operate, and that appropriate actions are taken against those carrying out operations without a license. B, ensure that payment service providers, for example, like the Western Union, MoneyGram, and e-wallets, have their agents have implemented an AML, CFT, CPF program and are monitored for compliance. And E and C, enable publication of sanctions imposed for non-compliance with legal obligations at the central bank's discretion. Noting the vital importance of this legislation for financial system or economy, Madam Speaker, we look forward to the unanimous support of this Honorable House on all of these proposed amendment bills. I know it's a lot that we have just presented right now, and I just took the salient points of what we are trying to accomplish, Madam Speaker, but I would make an offer to the members of the opposition. If they wish to get more information, we can have our technical people to sit down with you to go through them line by line if you wish. But basically, no, we're not passing it today. We're not passing it today. We're going to have a House meeting, I hope, early in May. So then we could pass it then, because we have a limited time. We have to have these legislation in place by June the 2nd. And we hope we could finish by June the 2nd, at most maybe 1 week after, because there are a lot of different pieces of legislation that we were amending. And then we have up to December to do the actual application, or for want of a better word, the enforcement. What happened? What, sorry? Effective implementation is in December, right. So we have to be ready by then. The criticism that was heaped upon us is that earlier we were passing all of these bills, but we were not implementing them. So now we have to ensure that by December, we can implement all of these, will be the effective date of the actual implementation of these bills. So again, it's straightforward. It's a lot that's been shown upon us. I wish you don't have to do it. I could remember the former Prime Minister lamenting the same thing. Most of these things is being imposed on us by the OECD and you know, the developed countries. And the concern I have, or what troubles me, is that they have a one shoe fit all, and you can't have it's difficult to expect that what they can be doing, they have all the financial wherewithal to be able to do it, as opposed to small countries like Belize and our members from CARICOM, and even in Central America. We are now spending millions of dollars to be able to try to comply, when this is monies that are badly needed for education, for health, for infrastructure. I mean, there's a whole list of things where we could have been using this money, but that's the rule of the world, and unfortunately we have to comply, or else, you know, if they cut us off from the financial system internationally, then it will be far worse for everyone. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you.
Honorable members, those bills are referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for their examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Credit Unions Act, Chapter 314 of the laws of Belize. Bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of Belize Act, Chapter 262 of the laws of Belize. Bill for an act to amend the Domestic Banks and Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 263 of the laws of Belize. Bill for an act to amend the International Banking Act, Chapter 267 of the laws of Belize. Bill for an act to amend the Money Lenders Act, Chapter 260 of the laws of Belize. Bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the laws of Belize. And bill for an act to amend the National Payment System Act, Chapter 26601 of the laws of Belize.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, this is the Law Revision Bill 2023. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the laws of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Very, very briefly, Madam Speaker, this is a very straightforward amendment bill. We have a Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Substantive Laws of Belize. Under that Act, we empower a Law Revision Commissioner to produce laws that have undergone changes. In recent years, both substantive and subsidiary laws have undergone many amendments. The last law revision exercise took place in 2020, and that does not entirely reflect the current state of the law for some legislation. A perfect example is the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act. We introduced many amendments have been made to that act over the past few months and over the past 2 years. So that's a perfect example. The whole purpose of law revision, of course, is to revise and consolidate the laws of Belize. The amendments are available, but not reconciled in a timely manner. So currently in Belize, there is a restriction on how and when laws can be revised. And all this amendment bill seeks to do is to create a new provision which will provide for the publication of an interim revised edition where it is deemed necessary and in the interest of the public. So very straightforward, Madam Speaker. simply providing another tool to the law commissioner to produce these laws on an interim basis instead of having to wait for everything being reconciled and all the amendments to be in place. So at any time in between, where deemed necessary and in the public interest, that exercise can be carried out. So I trust that this bill will have the full support of everyone.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Law Revision Act, Chapter 3 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to allow for the publication of an interim revised edition of the Laws of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Madam Speaker, this is the Special Prosecutor Bill 2023. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to prescribe matters necessary for the appointment and duties of a special prosecutor who has an independent status within the scope of a specific case in the investigation of crime and institution of public prosecution, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, by way of introductory remarks, it is still very fresh in our collective minds, the very heinous and tragic triple murder that took place on December 31st, 2022, right here in our capital city, where John Ramnareis, David Ramnareis, and Vivian Belize Ramnareis lost their lives. We know, Madam Speaker, that the accused in this particular incident is a corporal of police who was on interdiction, and it was learnt that, of course, he has a familial tie, albeit distant, with the current Director of Public Prosecutions. And while, Madam Speaker, we have absolutely no reason to feel that there is any bias whatsoever, and we believe that the DPP could certainly carry out in a very professional manner this particular prosecution, we are nevertheless confounded by the fact that there is this familial tie, and as such, to remove any perception of bias whatsoever and to ensure that we have an above-board and transparent prosecution in this very high-profile case, it has become necessary for us to introduce and pass this Special Prosecutor's Bill. Madam Speaker, while it is that the Constitution at Section 53 provides for the Director to instruct or give authority to another individual outside of her office to prosecute by way of a writ, it is the recommended advice and guidance from our Attorney General that any such prosecutor would still fall under the guidance and instructions of the DPP. And so that is why this particular bill has become necessary, so as to ensure, like I said, that we have an independent, completely autonomous prosecution in this particular case. And Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to prescribe matters necessary for the appointment and duties of a special prosecutor who has an independent status within the scope of a specific case in the investigation of crime and institution of public prosecution, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that At its rising today, the House adjourned to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a developed Finance Corporation loan facility from the Social Security Board to provide financing primarily for the ongoing mortgage finance program, Belize, $20 million loan motion 2023. Madam Speaker, before I go into this loan motion, please allow me to acknowledge the good work that the former General Manager or CEO, I think, of the DFC, Ms. Natalie Goff. She had to step down suddenly. She became fairly seriously ill, and she's undergoing treatment. I messaged her this morning, and thank God she seems to be progressing well, and we pray for her speedy recovery. It's been for some time now, but it's important for me to put on record our acknowledgement of the good work that she did while she was at the helm of the DFC. So, Madam Speaker, I move whereas Section 5.1 of the Development Finance Corporation Act, Chapter 279, Revised Edition 2010, provides that the DFC may, with the approval of the Minister of Finance and subject to the principles of sound fiscal management, borrow sums domestically or internationally for meeting any of its obligations or discharging any of its functions. And whereas subsection 4 of Section 15 of the DFC Amendment Act 2022 further provides that any agreement, contract, or other instrument affecting any borrowing or loan from the DFC of or above the equivalent of $5 million shall only be validly entered into pursuant to a resolution of the National Assembly authorizing the DFC to raise the loan or to borrow the money. And whereas the DFC approached the Social Security Board for a loan facility to provide financing for its ongoing mortgage finance program that includes residential expansion and improvement, real estate development, infrastructure, and refinancing loan opportunities for Belizeans, and whereas the SSB Board of Directors on the 6th of June 2022 approved a financing facility to the DFC totaling Belize $20 million for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. Loan principal, $20 million, Belize. Disbursement schedule, funds to be disbursed in 4 tranches of $5 million each over 2 years. Purpose, to provide financing for DFC's mortgage finance program. Loan term, 25 years with 2 years grace period on principal repayment. Rate of interest, interest shall be paid at rate to be agreed not to exceed 4.5% per annum on outstanding principal loan balance and payable quarterly on any disbursed sum from the date of first disbursement. Repayment, principal and interest are to be repaid quarterly after full disbursement of loan funds. Full disbursement of the loan will be within 2 years from the date of first disbursement. Commitment fee, 1% payable by DFC on any unwithdrawn portion of the line of credit to be paid annually. Other fees, the facility will be subject to a one-time loan application fee of $6,000, which is payable before the first disbursement. A lending fee of 0.75% is due on the approved loan facility and payable on the disbursement tranches. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the DFC to meet the growing demands for its ongoing mortgage finance program and aid the government's ongoing efforts to improve the living conditions and lives of the Belizean people, approves and confirms that the DFC may enter into a loan agreement with the SSB on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the corporation through its board of directors to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all documents associated with it. Madam Speaker, as we said in Plan Belize, that we would create the enabling environment to allow for affordable housing in Belize. Our goal is to set that environment, not to create that environment that will see 10,000 homes, new homes built. As of March 31st, 2023, DFC's residential loan portfolio comprises 835 loans valued at around $39.98 million. The residential sector has expanded rapidly since the end of 2020. It grew from $24 million at the end of 2020 to over $39 million at the end of fiscal year 2023. That is a 64% increase in a little over 2 years. This was mainly due to the introduction of the We Serve program post-COVID-19, initially targeted towards public officers to assist them with access to affordable financing to build their homes. This program has now been extended to all eligible Belizeans. As a result of this, many Belizeans earning a low income were able to borrow to own a home, since it was offered at a low interest rates, with DFC offering 100% financing. The robust economic growth over the past 2 years, coupled with historically low unemployment, have resulted in strong demand for home loans. Prior to 2021, the housing sector was on a decline. For instance, in 2018, the residential loan portfolio contracted by $1.55 million. Comparing administrations from 2018 to 2020, DFC approved a total of 144 loans valued at $9.83 million. Under this government, however, from 2020, or the end of 2020 to 2022, the DFC has approved 335 housing loans valued at $27.5 million. That's a whopping growth of 233% in loans approved and 279% growth in value. In 2019, interest rates on DFC housing loans were 13%. Today, it ranges between 7.5% and 8.5%, despite the inflationary pressures that are increasing the cost of money to the DFC. Demand continues to rise in 2023 for housing loans from Belizeans at home and abroad, trying to secure a piece of the jewel. With this loan from the DFC, from the SSB, DFC has secured the necessary financing to continue to offer housing loans with flexible terms and repayment, and in so doing has provided the SSB with a secure income earning investment opportunity. We do at the same time look forward to SSB continuing to enable the DFC to offer a low interest rate for housing loans by keeping their interest cost to the DFC at a minimum. Madam Speaker, this is a good loan for the DFC, the SSB, and the people of Belize. This motion has the support of the Cabinet, and as such, I look forward to the support of all the members of this Honorable House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from S.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning, Pleasant good morning to everyone, all colleagues on both sides, the Mesopotamia people, and all the other 30 constituencies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out a few things. I am delighted that the Prime Minister has been paying attention and listening to what the opposition has been saying as to provide housing solutions, because the false promise of giving 10,000 houses is certainly nowhere near to being delivered upon. I think they've given out 150 houses. Mesopotamia has not gotten any. Collet has not gotten any. Corozal North has not gotten any, and Alberts has not gotten any the last time I checked. But I am a strong proponent, Madam Speaker, of creating a housing solution that allows for Belizeans to have access to financing. And I've been saying it over and repeatedly, and I'm happy that the government is listening. I see that now the Plan Belize has been amended, because they said in Plan Belize that they would give 10,000 houses. Now they're saying that they're providing the opportunity for 10,000 houses to be built. That is not what you promised. Notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, the DFC is going to need much more capitalization in order to deliver on the opportunity for 10,000 houses to be built. 300 houses, you claim 300 loans were given for housing over the last 2.5 years, still falls short of the 10,000 houses that you have promised. And another thing I'd like to highlight, Madam Speaker, is the fact that, again, every single House meeting we come here, the government presents a loan motion. I don't have to be an economist in order to understand that if the government was performing as robustly as they claim and generating revenues, then why do you have to keep borrowing? I understand that in business, yes, sometimes you spend other people's money, but you are spending the taxpayers' money when you take on these debts. So if the economy is doing as great as you say, why do you have to borrow every House meeting? Notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, the DFC needs far more than $20 million in capitalization in order for the government to meet its promise of 10,000 houses, which has been amended to providing the environment for 10,000 houses to be built. That was not the initial promise. Nonetheless, I am happy that the government is listening to the opposition, who call them on their fairy tale of giving away 10,000 houses, and demanded that they provide a housing solution in which the Belizean people can have access to financing. I'd love to see those interest rates lowered, and I'd love to see more capitalization so more Belizeans can have a pathway to affordable housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member. Kayo.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are two separate projects that we are speaking of. This loan is to be able to assist DFC to lend the Belizean people at affordable rates, but it's catered mostly for the middle class, for the public service. And the project that we are working on at the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing is a social program. It is designed for people that do not have even the opportunity of going to a lending institution to be able to get a loan, to be able to build a house. But all of it adds up to housing in country. And what we are trying to do, Madam Speaker, as a government, is look at all the categories of residents in this country and citizens of this country so that everybody can have an opportunity to build a house. It is regretful that the leader of the opposition only speaks as to one side of his tongue. The reason that most of the members on the other side have not received any housing under the housing project is that the land that their government provided for those people are in areas that are flooded. We have been in communication with them from the beginning. It is difficult for us to build houses for them when the land that was given to their people is in area that has no roads. There are flooded areas. It's difficult to reach. But still, we have been working with the members on the other side to be able to make sure that someday they will be able to, we will be able to build the houses for them in these areas. There are other members on the other side, and I won't point fingers, that have not even responded to us continuously requesting for them to send in their names. I have it on record if you would like to see leader of the opposition. But nobody believes what you say anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But it is bothersome to listen to a man who totally seems to ignore what happened in the past administration. They built some houses in the past administration that don't exist anymore because they were built out of plywood. It is deplorable the state in which these structures were done. Yet, I remember quite clearly, they had access to over $700 million of the Petro-Carib funds. And I'm just giving you an example, Madam Speaker, of one of the large quantum of money that was dealt with during their administration, and no result. So even the program for the Petro-Carib under Comandante Hugo Chavez was destined to deal with housing, education, health, and I am still struggling in my mind to figure out where that $700 million went. I try my best to look at the files in the ministry to see if there were any houses built under that program. None was built. I try to see if any equipment was bought at the ministry to be able to get access from that funds. I find none. I try to see if there were any roads built under that program, and I can't identify any. I have looked to see if there's any drains or any bridges that were built. I can't find any. There might have been some farms acquired, but not by government. So it's a struggle for me, Madam Speaker, to try to justify, and I'm only singling out that program because it's the one that comes back in my mind. But don't worry, Leader of Opposition. Send in your names. Hopefully you have some people on Highland, and we'll be able to build for them. We have been working with the member from Albert with housing grants, with as much as we can do to assist at the ministry. But it's not nice to come here every day, well, not every day, every month, and listen to somebody spewing out information that is not true. It is been done constantly. It is being done with...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, no member in this House can accuse another member of lying or any type of improper motives. When the member from Kayo South says that I'm relaying information in this House that is not true, he needs to specify, Madam Speaker.
A point of order, he referred to misinformation.
He said information that is not true. That is what he said.
Yeah. Misinformation.
Madam Speaker, I was quite clear in what I said. As you know, I try to follow the rules as best as I can. But it's difficult because information that comes forward from the other side most of the time is untrue. They bring information from the budget, and I wasn't here for the budget presentation, and many things that were specified were not true. Madam Speaker, it is important that every time the opposition says something that's not true, it is our responsibility to highlight it and to bring the facts. The facts are clear. Huh? Yeah, I can, but I won't. If the member from Mesopotamia needs more information about the housing program that we are doing, he's welcome to our office. Send an email, ask for an appointment, and somebody will get back to you someday. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the problem here is that the Prime Minister insists. He continues every time to try to politicize things. If we look at this loan motion, Madam Speaker, the terms and conditions, everything that is being done here for the DFC from the Social Security, it's a good thing, you know. All the Prime Minister had to get up. All he had to do was to get up and to say, this is the kind of loan that we want to see. This is the kind of thing that looks good for Belize. The DFC will then on-lend to deserving Belizeans who can then engage in developing their homes. But instead, the Prime Minister decides to pontificate. He decides to speak about Plan Belize, and he drags things into the whole mix. I'll give you another example, Madam Speaker, just to help to make the point. This morning when he spoke on the money laundering and terrorism bill, he just introduced the bill, and I'm not getting into the debate yet, Madam Speaker. I know that that is anticipating. I'm just making the point that even in that, he manages to blame the UDP and to politicize things, to talk about it was because of the UDP's actions that caused us to lose 80% of our correspondent banking. This man politicizes everything. And these things aren't true. But he makes the point every time, and he tries to politicize these things. Then he asks us to work with him. Madam Speaker, we all have to be concerned whenever you hear Social Security Board and the DFC and a PUP government. We have to be concerned. These people apparently, and maybe many of them were not here, and this is why I guess the institutional memory is important in this honorable house. But these were the fellas who, the same party that is in government now, who raped the Social Security Board, you know, loaned millions of dollars to all kinds of friends and cronies that were just wasted away. These were the same ones, Madam Speaker, who bankrupt the DFC. So whenever we hear about these loans coming, we have to be concerned. But I will give them this, Madam Speaker, and you know that I vowed to call a spade in these instances. This particular loan is a good loan. It is a loan, as I've said, and as the Prime Minister has said in his outlining the motion, it is a bill to loan the DFC this money in order for them to on-lend so that Belizeans can then get good housing opportunities. When you mix that into Plan Belize and you say a lot of nonsense, and I'm glad the Leader of the Opposition raised the matter of the 10,000 homes. And again, I wonder, maybe it's because I'm here so long, we've heard it all, but they've promised these houses before, you know. I listen as my friend from Kayo South got up and talked about these plans. There have been these plans before. Your party, when in power, once upon a time, had come to promise these same number of houses and the number of jobs, you know. It's like deja vu all over again, as Yogi Berra would say. This is ridiculous. And what we're now seeing is that after they promised 10,000 homes, then now they're going to work with institutions, which is, to me, just a matter of course. The DFC borrows money as a matter of course. You're not doing anything magical. As I explained to you from the time of the budget presentation, nothing is magical about the DFC borrowing money from the Social Security Board or any other agency that it sees fit, and it can borrow at concessionary rates so that it can unlend. Nothing is magical about that. And if you're boasting about the fact that the DFC is now functioning the way it should be, then you should give all credit to the United Democratic Party that rebuilt the DFC after you devastated it. These things are factual, Madam Speaker. As I said, it is major concern when we hear as well that you're borrowing from the Social Security Board. This is the kind of thing that you should be borrowing for, though. And the one area of concern for me, and I guess it's not major given that the ceiling of the potential interest rate is at 4.5%, but that there is not a defined interest rate that may cause some problems for the DFC as we go along, but you've said that there's a ceiling of 4.5%. But overall, this is the kind of borrowing, and we have to be very careful, because while it is we want the Social Security Board, or as the government, we have to be concerned about getting good opportunities to the citizens of this country, we must remember as well that we have an obligation to the citizens of this country who pay Social Security to make that money work for them. And you know that there are all kinds of problems, even with the increases that have come by way of Social Security contributions. Even with those increases, I'm pretty sure that there are still problems. The actuaries will still tell you that if we're not careful with the Social Security monies, that we will find ourselves in problems. And so the Social Security Board has an obligation as well to make sure that when it makes a loan, that it gets as good a term as it can get from these kinds of loans. So it's not jumping up hip hip hooray for low interest rates and concessionary interest rates to the DFC. That's one side of it. There's the other side of it, that we must try to get the maximum, the best bang for our buck when we loan those monies out, when we lend these monies out from the Social Security Board, because that is a priority. And so, Madam Speaker, I close by saying that, again, certainly on this side of the House, we view this as a good move. We're a bit cautious, and we have to be, given the record of the People's United Party in government, but we believe that on the surface, what is here is good, and I certainly support this bill, this loan motion on behalf of the people of the Collet constituency. Hoping, Madam Speaker, that we can get benefit from it. I know that, as far as I know, and I joined the Prime Minister in commending Mrs. Goff, who I think did a wonderful job, a stellar job, as my colleague puts it, in managing the DFC. I'm hoping that that kind of management of the DFC will continue, and that it will not be a political football, which we know the People's United Party has been able to do. One more thing before I sit down, Madam Speaker, in answer to my friend, the member from Kayo South, the Minister of Housing. Let me put on the record that Collet has not received any, not even a notification. In fact, I received one phone call once upon a time, member for Kayo South, from, I believe it was Marissa Kwan. One time. I have the same number for the last 20 years, sir. And I was promised application forms which never appeared, and no communication. So I dare you to show me that communication. There is no communication indicating that there are available houses or potential home grants or whatever for the people of the Collet Division. But I'm not quarrel with you, no, brother. If I'm just stating it for the record that that is not being done, and so if indeed you are desirous of ensuring that the people of Collet gets its fair share, that were available. I am contacted all day, every day by the people in college, so I am not one of those representatives who hide. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Toledo West. Just, 1 second, member. Can I just ask that we try to the technician. So if you could help us when you finish speaking, thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm trying to get this thing on. It's on? Hello?
One tap.
Yes, all right. I guess I didn't see a light, so. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to, make a very short intervention on the loan motion that is before us. And it's a pity that the leader of the opposition chose to step out right when I decided to make my contribution, because as we sat here listening to him, I couldn't but think how hypocritical of him and those on the other side to all of a sudden have the answers for housing. And I want to remind them, Madam Speaker, I want to remind the opposition that they had 13 long years in government to address the housing crisis, particularly in Belize City, Southside Belize City, as well as other parts of the country. And what did they choose to do? Construct, as the member said from Cayo South, plywood houses that have now disappeared. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that for 13 long years, and we have to remind Mr. Member from Collett and your leader and the others, that for 13 long years, the uncle of the leader of the opposition was Minister of Housing. And every single year, budget allocation was $8 million for housing. $8 million, $8 million for housing. Where are the houses that were constructed over the last 13 years by your government, Mr. Member from Collett and leader of the opposition? That is your record. So all of a sudden now, after 2 years, we are in government, given the stellar performance of the Minister of Housing and the Ministry of Housing in constructing over 200 houses, even with the limited resources that as a government we have. We are not building plywood houses. We are building houses that are solid, that are strong, and that the owners can continue to expand when they have the opportunity to do so. That is the record of this side of the House compared to your side of the House, Mr. Member from Collett. 13 long years, $8 million a year.
I have a point of order.
The member is not being relevant at all. The member is not speaking on the loan motion, Madam Speaker.
You say, Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker.
I just wanted to rule on the order. Okay. Allow me. On relevance, sorry, you did comment on record. We are on the loan motion for DFC, so I ask that we try to confine.
You see, Mr. Member from Collett, you don't like to hear the truth. Speak about relevance. Of course it is relevant because you raised the matter of housing. Of course, and it is all tied into the loan motion. Anyway, Madam Speaker, the point is that after 13 long years, you should be ashamed, Member from Collett, the south side of Belize City, Queen Square, Mesopotamia, Collett. Look at the poverty after 13 long years in your constituency. That is your record. But Madam Speaker, suffice to say that for us on this side, we are serious about growing this economy, about ensuring that we provide equal opportunities for all Belizeans. And it doesn't matter what they say in terms of whether we are adjusting Plan Belize. The point is that as a government, we are committed to improving the housing conditions and giving those Belizeans who need an opportunity to own a house, they are going to get a house through this loan motion that DFC is going to be able to manage. Madam Speaker, earlier we heard the Prime Minister speak about how DFC is now on a sustainable path of growth and development. And that is welcome news. That is what this country wants. That is what the Belizean people want. That the DFC, like other institutions, financial institutions that are government-owned, that they be managed in a very prudent manner, that they be put in a sustainable path of growth and development, and that they offer better rates of interest to the Belizean people. And that is what our Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, presented this morning. So, Madam Speaker, I support this loan motion, and I ask those on the other side to reflect on their poor performance over the last 13 years before they come to this House to try to make any, pontificate and basically create a scenario as if though we are not working for the Belizean people. So, Madam Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this motion.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the opportunity to speak on this motion, Madam Speaker. And I'll be very brief. I just wanted to highlight a couple points raised by the member from Collet, and I think it's important that what he said is echoed. Two things. One, the member from Collet said that this is a good loan motion, and it should be supported. I wish he would convince his leader to support this motion as well. Two, he also mentioned that the DFC can borrow money when they do their due diligence. They can borrow it both domestically and they can borrow it internationally. That is in the DFC Act. This motion today has nothing to do with government finances, Madam Speaker. It has to do with the capitalization of an institution looking to lend its clients, lend its borrowers money so that they can expand their house, repair their house, build their house. This is a good loan motion, Madam Speaker. So this is not, let's not try to, I remember the member from Albert said that the last meeting we can't mix apple and orange. What you said last time, remember? I don't remember. But we can't mix these things one and the other. So the leader of the opposition is not here right now. I don't know where he went. But for his general knowledge, because I don't know if he read the loan motion, member from Collet, because it's very clear why this motion was brought today to this honorable House. And if I am allowed, Madam Speaker, to read from the motion itself, it says very clearly, subsection 4 of the DFC, section 15, the DFC Act, provides that any agreement, contract, or other instrument affecting borrower or loan to the DFC of or above the equivalent of $5 million shall only be validly entered into pursuit after a resolution of the National Assembly. So, Madam Speaker, the DFC has done its due diligence. It has decided that it had approached the Social Security Board all the way back in June of 2022. It got the loan approved, and now the loan has been brought to the...
And I think that the real leader of the opposition spoke when he said that this side of the other side is going to support the motion. So thank you very much, leader of the opposition. The other one is somewhere. Probably look for China and flight to go to the US, right? But Madam Speaker, I think it's important to point out, and sometimes you want to be serious about the work that we're doing, but when you hear what the leader, or the other one, the member from Mesopotamia, when he speaks in this National Assembly and makes these outrageous remarks, Madam Speaker, I mean, not only outlandish, I mean, you gotta find all kind of adjectives to describe what he's saying, and we're trying to be respectful. But we cannot allow him to continue to say these mistruths, these misstatements over and over and over. Now, he got offended when the honorable member from Cayo South called him out and he's saying that we were misrepresenting what he said. No, there's a difference between misinformation and ignorance. and ignorance in the sense that the person does not know what he's talking about. So I think, well, we know what Creole said, no? We'll leave it as that. So we know, when you were talking, my brother, I was listening to you, I did not interrupt you. But we know now that, so the leader of the opposition, the member from Mesop, needs to decide whether he is giving misinformation or he does not know the facts. And he needs to be able to get the facts so that he can come and speak truthfully and not continue to embarrass himself. Madam Speaker, I do not yield. Madam Speaker, I think that the leader of the opposition has no moral authority to criticize our government when it comes to housing. Absolutely no moral authority. How dare him, when the UDP was voting every single year for 13 years, $8 million for housing. 8 million. That's what? 80, 96, over $100 million. And how many houses did they build?
104 million.
104 million. And how many houses did you build in Mesopotamia, the leader of the opposition? How many houses did we get, we that were in the opposition, on the other side? Absolutely none. You were there every single day. I did not hear you.
Member, please. Leader of opposition, please. Whoa. Please sit. Please sit. Thank you, Prime Minister. I know that members, if we're going to go that low today, we're not going to have a good day. On both sides, member for Cayo South and leader of opposition, member for Mesopotamia. Let's not get that low. Let's not take advantage that our students have left these chambers. Let's stay committed to that promise that was made to those students. Mr. Prime Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll keep to my promise to our young kids. We're so fortunate that they left and they did not hear the presentation of the leader of the opposition. And because I need to make the point, Madam Speaker, he comes to criticize us. Yet, his government, for 13 years, voted over $100 million for housing, and they built no house. They may build some ply-sem houses that are breaking apart, that you should be ashamed. You should come to this house and condemn that, not condemn what we are trying to do. We have built over 300 homes for low cost, for single mothers, for poor people. That is what we said we were going to do. We are going to do our best to build low-cost housing for poor people. And we said that then we are going to make, financing available, financing affordable, so that the middle class can borrow and build their own homes. What can you not understand about that? You either have a problem with understanding, or you continue to repeat the mistruths. And then you come here and you repeat it over and over, and so maybe you don't start to believe it. Madam Speaker, I will admit, and what we remember from Colette was talking, the real leader of the opposition, what he said in this house that about the DFC, and we admit it. And I was happy when we found a way under your government that to be able to get the DFC back on its foot, on life support. But you went from one extreme to the next extreme, that you shackled the hands of the DFC. So during your time, the DFC was losing money. It was losing money because of the onerous rules and regulations that you put on the DFC. This came from the former CEO of the DFC, somebody that I have great respect for. And she came in at the right time to get it back on its feet. But as she pointed out to us, those rules that we changed, remember we changed, we amended the legislation, it was a recommendation from them. It's because of the onerous rules and regulations that were put on them, they could not succeed. They were losing money. Now it is this government, the People's United Party government, that gave the largest capitalization to the BDF in the DFC's history. We did that. And yet the member of the opposition come and say about capitalization. Again, he either gives mistruths or he doesn't know the difference. I don't know which one is worse. I don't know which one is worse. And under the People's United Party government, for the first time since its reenactment in the DFC, last year, the DFC had a small profit. We're not losing money. Why? Because we had the ability to be able, they have the ability to be able to give more loans. And yes, we have to ensure that at all times, we protect the people's money through the DFC, Madam Speaker. So I'm not politicizing. I'm just read the record. I give you the record. These are not my numbers. These are numbers of the DFC. So it is important for us to be able to point this out. And then when it comes to borrowing from Social Security right now has tens of millions of dollars in the bank where they're getting less than 2% in interest rate. So why should we not get that money and pass it on to the DFC? Remember, they have not changed the structure of the DFC. The board of directors is that government that has the majority of the board. I think I could nominate, I think, only one person, which is the chairman. The rest are set by, already been laid out in the regs of the DFC. So we still have the necessary stopgaps to make sure that we do not repeat history. Because yes, we have to ensure that we can protect the DFC. The DFC can play a critical role to be able to continue to develop this country. So I was not politicizing it. I was just trying to point out the facts. What happened coming up to 2020 and what we have managed to do in such a short time. The turnaround that we have in the DFC is next to miraculous, thanks to a prudent and bold PUP government. We are working for the people of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you quickly allow me, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honourable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, just to wrap up, and it's important to point out what the Minister of Housing said. They got Petro-Caribbean money. It's something that the People's United Party government put into play, enacted. And they were the beneficiaries of all the largesse of the government and the good people of Venezuela. Approximately $500 million. I think they pay 1%, and they had 5 years grace and 20 years to pay. How many houses out of that $500 million did you build? You know what we could have done with that 500? You know how much houses we could have built with that $500 million, my brother, at 1%? We could give it to people to make them pay 4% interest rate. Of the $600 million that you got from oil, again, which is a PUP government that discovered the oil, but they are the ones that benefited. They are the ones that splurge on the $600 million from the oil. How many houses did you build? How much houses did your government build? That is my point. You do not have the moral authority to criticize this government when it comes to housing. None. All you should do is come to this house and support our efforts to build houses for poor people and to get affordable credit for middle class so that they could also own a house, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with this, I move the motion.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day. The Honorable Member from Collect don't agree to it, so we're good. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. May I continue? Thank you, members. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
I was moving ahead of my time, ahead of myself. Madam Speaker was already at number 3, motion 3. Anyway, Madam Speaker, this is the resolution recommending the appointment of a Contractor General, motion 2023. Madam Speaker, I move whereas Section 3.2 of the Contractor General Act, Chapter 6 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provides that the Contractor General shall be appointed by the Governor General acting on the recommendation of both houses of the National Assembly, contained in resolutions passed in that behalf. And whereas the office of the Contractor General has been vacant since the 2nd of February 2023, and whereas Section 6182C and 3 of the Belize Constitution provide that the Contractor General can only be validly appointed with the prior approval of the Senate, and whereas the Senate has on the 29th day of March 2023 approved the appointment of Ms. Maria Arthurs as Contractor General, and whereas Ms. Maria Arthurs is 38 years of age and falls within the age limit prescribed by the Contractor General Act, and whereas Ms. Maria Arthurs fulfills the requirements for appointment to the office of the Contractor General as prescribed by the Contractor General Act, and now therefore be it resolved that as this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Maria Arthurs be appointed as Contractor General for a period of 3 years with effect from 1st June 2023. And this motion has a recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, just let me quickly point out here to take the opportunity to be able to thank the former or acting the Contractor General, Omar Mitchell. He was appointed by the former government, but we decided to continue to work with him. And he was a stickler by the rules, and I know sometimes he got under the skin of some of our cabinet members, but it is the right thing to do. And he worked with us and cooperated with us, but ensured that we will to ensure that the contracts that are being approved, that are followed as prescribed by the law and the Contractor General's Act. So I want to record my appreciation to Omar Mitchell for the work that he has done, but he has reached his retirement age. He's over the age of 70, and the Contractor General cannot go beyond the age of 70 years. And now we have, well, I've not spoken with the one that we've been recommended. I hope to do so shortly. I had a team to talk to different people, and they recommended Ms. Maria Arthurs. Ms. Maria Arthurs is a member of the public service. She has been working at the Ministry of Finance, and we believe that she is an upright standing public officer and have the qualities to be able to do the work of a Contractor General and to be able to also cooperate with the government to ensure that whatever contracts that we provide are in conformity of the laws of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, and report. The Honourable Minister has put the question that the motion be taken through all its stages. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
I think I can say good afternoon, Madam Speaker and members. Madam Speaker, before I seek to move the motion that I'm rising on, I would like, with your permission, to please recognize and acknowledge the Woman Farmer of the Year, Ms. Esmeralda Stanley. I am so pleased when I saw the news item. And of course, we recognize our good Minister of Agriculture and all his ministry people. I think from the news story I saw that Ms. Stanley is a farmer of multiple fruits and vegetables and knows her land and works it and empowers herself, her family, and all the people that she can provide. So I really do want to recognize her before the National Agriculture and Trade Show, and to say that we really big you up, Ms. Stanley, and we ask you to continue empowering yourself and others for the good of our country and all as a role model for all our women. Madam Speaker, I rise to only introduce the motion for the establishment of the Women's Parliamentarian Caucus Standing Committee 2023. Madam Speaker, this is the motion for the establishment of the caucus. I move, whereas Standing Order 78-4 of the House of Representatives Standing Orders provides that a joint select committee may be appointed at the request of either house with the approval of the other house. And whereas Standing Order 74 of the House of Representatives Standing Orders requires the House to refer a motion relating to standing orders to the Standing Orders Committee for examination, consideration, and report. And whereas Standing Order 89-1 of the House of Representatives Standing Orders requires that notice of a motion to amend the standing orders be given and accompanied by a draft of the proposed amendments. And whereas the need for a collaborative forum for all women parliamentarians in Belize, notwithstanding party affiliation or the chamber in which they serve, has been identified. And whereas such forum may facilitate networking, foster productive dialogue on issues of women's rights and gender equality, and promote the undertaking of actions to positively impact the inclusiveness of the legislative process, and the country as a whole. And finally, whereas there has been a consensus among the women parliamentarians that this forum be established as a bicameral caucus of women parliamentarians. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that the House of Representatives Standing Orders be amended to allow for such caucus to be established as a joint select committee in accordance with Standing Order 78 of the House of Representatives to sit jointly with a similarly comprised committee from the Senate, as proposed in the draft statutory instrument annexed hereto, which is tabled as sessional paper number HR 180/1/13. This motion, Madam Speaker, has the recommendation of the cabinet. And I only wish to add, Madam Speaker, since it's just the introduction at this time, that I'm very pleased that we have been able to move to this point. So I will ask that this motion be introduced, Madam Speaker.
I recognize.
All right.
Just for clarity, the procedure is that we debate the motion. What won't happen today is it won't go through all 3 stages. I recognize the member for Albert.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. And of course, my colleague from Belize Rural Central and members in this House. This loan motion, Madam Speaker, not loan motion, sorry. I'm thinking about housing, my apologies. This motion, Madam Speaker, has the full support of the UDP Women Caucus, who has representatives in both chambers, both here in the House and in the Senate. This is a fine example of what is possible when there can be collaboration on both sides of the House in the interests of women, families, and children. I say that, Madam Speaker, because there's a common saying that if you are not given a seat at the table, you make your own table. And the issues facing women and families and children require that we come together, whether they're legislative issues, whether they're issues, as we looked at earlier this year in terms of gender-sensitive budgeting, whether there are issues affecting not only women that sit in Parliament or have leadership roles, but issues affecting women like Miss Meggs, who had to call public attention to her plight for some attention to provide it. And I want to thank the minister for, in my view, handling the situation properly. The kind of public apology doesn't come very often. It is my hope and my prayer, Madam Speaker, that this forum, this collaborative approach of women from both chambers and from both political organizations will ensure that women are given the respect that we deserve. I have been in this House, Madam Speaker, and I have been terribly disrespected by not only the Prime Minister, but other members on the government side, the member from Orange Walk South, and the member from Korea South, Madam Speaker, and those issues were left unaddressed. Not only unaddressed by the members of government, but unaddressed by ourselves, who continue to champion the causes for women and children and families. I want it to be absolutely clear, Madam Speaker, that it is every intention of the members of the UDP Women Caucus to work very closely with our colleagues to ensure not only that the issues of women and families and children are heard, but they are addressed. With that, Madam Speaker, I wish to place on record our support for this joint select committee of the National Assembly of Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Let me preface my comments by saying that whatever I say is hopefully interpreted to just mean the utmost support and my utmost desire to see this Joint Select Committee function and function well. And some people would say maybe it's best to leave it alone, but because I feel it's such an important endeavor, Madam Speaker, I will comment on it. First, let me say that I fully support such a caucus being put in place and being placed officially in our House standing orders. I believe it will be the same for the Senate standing orders to ensure that this is a joint select committee and that the matters of our women colleagues are addressed. But Madam Speaker, as you may probably be most aware, there are, as is now, several committees of this Honorable House and of the Senate, and I would even go as far as to say existing joint select committees. The PAC, for instance, is one of them that comes to my mind immediately, that are set up and are in name on the books of our standing orders, but struggle to function and to function well because of a lack of resources that these committees need in order to function. And so I guess my caution is that we're not just putting something on the books today to say it's there. My hope is that we will make every genuine effort. And, you know, in a way, I hear my colleague from Belize Rural Central saying that this is just an introduction, and in fact, it will go to discussion at the committee level, I suppose. But we are starting off today not knowing, in fact, where the resources are going to come, save what is allotted to the National Assembly, which I hasten to point out again, Madam Speaker, is already insufficient to do the work of regular or other committees that have long been established in the House and in the Senate. So if we're going to do this, may I recommend that we do so and give the Women's Caucus some teeth. Where are you going to be housed? Where are you going to, there's a problem for space in this building. Are you going to have the kind of support staff that you need, the resources that you need in order to carry out your hearings, for instance? That's one big concern that I have, Madam Speaker. A second concern is, of course, the politics of things. And in as much as our female colleagues are bonding together in this instance to ensure that we have this kind of select committee across party lines, we are well aware that the balance of power, especially if you look at an entity like the Senate, Madam Speaker, that clearly would have the ruling party have a clear advantage in terms of the number of senators, not necessarily the number of female senators, but the number of senators that they can appoint. And so I want to caution, it's not, I'm not sure how it would work yet, but the fact of the matter is that there is a great chance that the composition of such a caucus would be imbalanced, and that there would be, in fact, a majority of government members as opposed to opposition members. And again, this has not happened yet, but I am only making what I believe are, I hope it can be interpreted as positive contributions in order to make sure that the kinds of things that could see this wonderful measure, the caucus will do that? Well, they have some tremendous power. If it can do that, you let me know. You have my support in that regard, if it's going to have that kind of power. But that's the other concern that I have, Madam Speaker, that while it is you ask us today to amend the standing orders, the legal scope, the actual work, and I take it that my colleague over the other side has said that this is only being introduced today and it still requires a great deal of fleshing out, but that kind of information I think it would be necessary. We want to make sure that the scope, the legal framework, what teach you will have or not have, or what powers you will have to execute what it is you find to be important for and on behalf of female parliamentarians, but also women in general in our Belizean society, that must be fleshed out. And so, Madam Speaker, with those few contributions, I say that I join my honorable colleague from Albert on this side of the House to give my full support to this amendment of the standing orders to allow for the Women's Caucus.
Yeah. I recognize the member for Belize Rural Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I did tell myself that we would be brief, but just in response to our honorable members from Albert and Collett, I want to say that we have to start somewhere. Where the funds and the resources will come from, I don't think that should stop us from moving forward with this initiative. And so far, the proposed caucus has received a lot of support. And also, I want to say to all the Belizean people and everybody in here, and especially to you, Member for Collett, we have to rise above the party politics. And I believe that one of the ways that we can do so is to establish this Women's Caucus. Women's rights are human rights. We will be meeting next week. The proposed caucus meets next week. We will try to establish our guidelines. We will look at funding. We have support from the United Nations agencies. And I do believe that we can make a positive difference for the women of this country. There are too few of us in here. Right now, we only have 3 out of 4. When will the 4th one come? And so, you know, we have our members from the Senate, from the opposition, and also from the civil society partners. And so far, we have had very good discussion, excellent discussion. As a matter of fact, I think we were able to ask the Plus Television gentleman to issue an apology for a very unfortunate statement referring to women in a derogatory way. So, you know, I think members and Madam Speaker, the time has come. Our numbers are few, but the time has come for us to rise above the party politics and to say that although we are few, the women of this National Assembly have the right and the responsibility to have a bicameral joint select committee so that we can consider matters of gender and development that are so important to Belize. And I want to thank everybody who has been involved. I think of our members so far, or proposed members of the caucus, 4 of us have birthdays in April, 3 in November, 1 in October, 1 in September, 1 in June. And we celebrate one another. We have come through Women's Month, I think, in a good way. We are moving forward. Thank you, Honorable Tracy, for your kind words. Let's work together. And you know, we must never be big enough. We must never be too big. And we must be big enough in a different way to say, I'm sorry, when something is going wrong. And you know, in relation to Ms. Meggs, since you raised it, Honorable Member, in relation to Ms. Meggs, Madam Speaker, we do have to address the difficulties in the system. There are too many difficulties in the system. I believe that working together with the Ministry of the Public Service and across government departments and ministries, we can move from the snail mail and the big files. We can go digital, and we can try to make sure that problems like this do not happen. Ms. Meggs is losing her sight. I think she has to go for treatment in Guatemala. And so I believe that the right thing for this government to do is to support her. I know that is one example of looking at a gender issue, but overall, Madam Speaker, I only wish to add that I hope that we have universal support and that we women of the National Assembly can make a positive gender difference. Thank you for your attention.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Big up, Ms. Stanley. Big up, Ms. Stanley.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honourable members, it has been agreed that the bill and motions listed below pass this day. Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill 2023. Development Finance Corporation Loan Facility from the Social Security Board to provide financing primarily for the ongoing mortgage finance program BZE 20 million loan motion 2023. And resolution recommending the appointment of a Contractor General motion 2023. As you are aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bill and motions. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee have concluded their business.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 181/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill 2023, number HR 182/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Development Finance Corporation loan facility from the Social Security Board to provide financing primarily for the ongoing mortgage finance program Belize $20 million loan motion 2023. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Afternoon, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 183/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the resolution recommending the appointment of a Contractor General motion 2023. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds to significantly assist the Development Finance Corporation to meet the growing demands for its ongoing mortgage finance program and aid the government's ongoing efforts to improve the living conditions and lives of the Belizean people, approve and confirm that the DFC may enter into a loan agreement with the Social Security Board on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the corporation through its Board of Directors to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the Development Finance Corporation to meet the growing demands for its ongoing mortgage finance program and aid the government's ongoing efforts to improve the living conditions and lives of the Belizean people, approves and confirms that the Development Finance Corporation may enter into a loan agreement with the Social Security Board on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the corporation through the Board of Directors to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Maria Authors be appointed as Contractor General for a period of 3 years with effect from 1st June 2023.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Maria Authors be appointed as Contractor General for a period of 3 years with effect from 1st June 2023. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to repeal and replace the definition of relevant period so as to end the increment freeze imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office as at March 31st, 2023, instead of March 31st, 2024, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to.
I recognize Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opposition certainly supports this bill to give the public officers their increments. But if the government truly appreciates the public officers, has sincere gratitude for the sacrifices that they have made for this country, then we recommend that the increments not just be unfrozen, but there be retroactive payment of the increments that the public officers did not get. Because it sounds good, it's a very pretty speech that you say in this honorable house, but actions always much better. So again, Madam Speaker, we are happy that the increments have been unfrozen, but we would be happier if there can be a retroactive pay of the increments, because the increments should not have been frozen to begin with. And I don't want to hear about the UDP. I want to hear about the People's United Party and what they promised. They promised raises, they promised increase in salaries, they did not promise any increment freezes. So make good on your plan, Belize, and retroactively pay the public officers the increments that they missed out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member.
Afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thanks. I made this opportunity here to comment on this bill, Madam Speaker. And again, the leader of the opposition shows quite clearly to the nation that he does not know what he is talking about. Madam Speaker, let's look at when the increments were frozen. In 2020, the increments were frozen. And if he would have recalled, maybe he said he wasn't around, was around, I'm not sure. Not sure. But at that time, when those increments were frozen by the previous administration, if you ask the president of the PSU, if you ask any union member, they will be very clear to tell you that that previous administration said that those increments are foregone, meaning you're not to get it back, ever. Ever. That's what they were told back in 2020. We are freezing the increments and you're not getting it back. Well, Madam Speaker, when the union negotiating team, the ministerial union negotiating team, consulted with the joint union team back in 2021, when these matters were raised about the salary adjustment, about the increment freezing, it was very clear then, and it was very clear this year when we restarted that consultation, communication, dialogue, that we are going to look at the 2 years where the increments were frozen. And we have agreed to do that. We have agreed to continue to meet going forward, to look at the 2 years. In fact, we even said we will try to look at the 3 years, Madam Speaker. Why? Because we are not like the previous administration. We don't forego increment that public officers deserve, that public officers are entitled to. Madam Speaker, we explained very clearly to them when we were consulting with them that this is for the betterment of the nation, for the finances of the nation. And yes, we can not continue, or we must always, we don't say it enough, thanking the public officers for the sacrifices that they made, thanking them for putting the affairs of a nation before their own personal affairs, in agreeing, or maybe accepting, if you want to use that word, the salary adjustment and the freezing of the increments. But, Madam Speaker, we have to make it very clear, and the union negotiating team and ministerial team made it very clear to them that we will continue the dialogue and we will continue to grow this economy so that in future fiscal years we can talk about restoring those increments that were frozen back in 2021, 2022. So, Madam Speaker, again, the leader of the opposition, I see is saying thumbs up, which is good, which is good. So that is what I wanted to be very clear about. Secondly, Madam Speaker, just for the avoidance of any doubt, the increments that are being applied this year are for fiscal year 2022, 2023. The reason I bring that up, Madam Speaker, and just in case anybody had any questions about it, when the increments were frozen in 2020, the effective date of the freezing was May 1st, 2020. So there was some discussion to unfreeze the increments May 1st, 2023. But if you go back, May 1st, 2020, the public officers who got their increments April 1st, 2020, that was for fiscal year 2019-2020. We're not talking about fiscal year 2019-2020 with this increment. We're talking about fiscal year 2022, 2023. All public officers are on the same equal footing, and we will continue that discussion to look at the previous year's increments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Again, Madam Speaker, I think it's important for me to point out that the leader of the opposition is either deliberately misrepresenting the facts or he speaks out of ignorance, of not knowing what he's talking about. And I think he would do his party as well if he were to research his facts before he comes here to this honorable house and embarrasses his entire party, not only himself. When he comes here and then tries to pander about giving everything back as if such a great thing, Madam Speaker, we'd want to do everything that's what he's talking about. But the reality is that the UDP left this country next to bankruptcy. That's right. And whilst the economy has done very well and we're collecting the monies to be able to get this country going back on its feet, we still are not out of the woods, and that is the truth. So we need to continue to work. We need to continue to ask for the cooperation of the public service, of the public officers, and everyone, that we are in this together. It's not UDP or PUP or any kind of P, it's all of us are in this together. What we are doing today is something historic. Nobody expected that a People's United Party government would have been able to give back the 10% within 1 year and not 3, and to unfreeze, what you call the increments freeze, in 2 years and not 3 years. That is the work that we're doing. See, we don't know about words. We are about work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to repeal and replace the definition of relevant period so as to end the increment freeze imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office as at March 31, 2023, instead of March 31, 2024, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to repeal and replace the definition of relevant period so as to end the increment freeze imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office as at March 31st, 2023, instead of March 31st, 2024, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bill.
Honourable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of the Whole House to consider the bill that was read a second time. I would like to ask the visitors in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bill for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to repeal and replace the definition of relevant period so as to end the increment freeze imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office as at March 31, 2023, instead of March 31, 2024, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Public Sector Emoluments and Allowances Reduction Act, Act number 14 of 2021, to repeal and replace the definition of relevant period so as to end the increment freeze imposed on certain persons appointed to hold a public office as at March 31st, 2023, instead of March 31st, 2024, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I speak on a matter of national importance, please oblige me to join with the Prime Minister and all members of the House in congratulating our cross-country champion and the young man, Mr. Myers, who won 2 gold medals recently, and also acknowledging the Faith Nazarene students that were here, as well as their teachers and their parents, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue that I'd like to speak about, the issue of national importance, is the current human smuggling crisis that is taking place in the Ministry of Immigration, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, none other than the Prime Minister, was on television trying to justify the violation of the Treaty of Chaguaramas, which is our CARICOM treaty that we have that allows all CARICOM nationals free movement into CARICOM nations, Madam Speaker. And in trying to justify the violation of this treaty, the Prime Minister said 2,100 Haitian nationals have come to Belize and 2,000 have disappeared. If that is not a crisis, Madam Speaker, I don't know what qualifies to be a crisis. Madam Speaker, 2,000 Haitian nationals cannot disappear without some type of corruption taking place in the Ministry of Immigration, Madam Speaker. And let us remind this country of the egregious history of immigration corruption by the People's United Party, Madam Speaker. You remember Max Samuels? Or are you going to, what is it that you're ignorant? Because you don't know that one, you'll play the ignorant card. 1,000 passports gone missing. So, Madam Speaker, the country needs to be concerned, Madam Speaker, because I raised this issue in the House. I raised this issue about the member from Orange Walk North, Madam Speaker, because I had intelligence that he was
member, leader of the opposition, leader of the
Department.
opposition. When there's a point of order, I need you to sit. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, he constantly tries to throw aspersion to an honorable member of this House with no such evidence. And I find that offensive for him to come to this House to say such thing. And he needs to take that back, Madam Speaker.
No, you can't speak for him. Let him say
No, no, I was about to tell.
Madam Speaker, when I rose on a point of order, Madam Speaker, most respectfully, you asked me to give you the exact point of order. You need to treat the Prime Minister in the same manner.
He
Madam
just,
Speaker.
he just.
He
Madam
gave
Speaker,
a description. I
No.
did too, and you told me that was not suffice.
Members, position, stop taking me on.
Listen,
You don't know.
You see, you're doing it again. You want to be confrontational with me, but you don't do it to the Prime Minister. You didn't even do it to the member from Pickstop.
Leader of opposition. Leader of opposition. Not member for Kayasot. You do take me on. I will not get in a back and forth with you. And to be clear, if you check your records, all members, several meetings ago, I'm not even talking about this year nor last. I made it clear, if you cannot cite the exact number of the standing order, then tell me in description what that standing order. Members have said today relevance or irrelevance. On other meetings, you have said tedious repetition. That's all I ask.
To try to teach something to the leader of the opposition, I don't know if that is actually possible, but 38-5.
On a point of
no
order,
member
Madam Speaker,
shall-
on a
What
point
is-
of order,
What's the point of order?
38-4, you should not speak in an insulting manner to any member in this house. So when you will say that he will try to teach me something and he doesn't think that is possible, that is not insulting to you, Madam Speaker? You don't interpret that as being insulting?
Leader of opposition, that's not an insult. Please sit
all
down.
right, well, I'll do the same thing.
I've done a lot already today and I've
I'll
caught.
speak to him the same way that he speaks.
Members, this is the House of Representatives. It's really not a kindergarten.
Madam Speaker, since he wants me to cite it, and you could look up by your book, 38-5, no member shall impute improper motives to any other member of either chamber. And he constantly is trying to impute improper motive without any evidence. And he should be called out for that, Madam Speaker.
Point of order is a point of order. You cannot impute those improper assertions. Please, I ask you to refrain. I will have to caution you again and ask you to take your seat.
Madam Speaker, noted, Madam Speaker. But I am allowed to ask, Madam Speaker. I am not imputing improper motives. Why did you move him? Why did you move the member from Orange Walk?
One second. No, please have your seat. You should submit those questions. On adjournment? No, you should, you do not ask the question in adjournment. You do not ask. Issue of national importance. The question is the issue. Yes, so confine your statement to that. When you want to question ministers, you know this very well, Leader of Opposition. Members, know there is a procedure. Specific questions to ministers. It is not on adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, there is a human smuggling crisis in this country, Madam Speaker. Rampant corruption in the Ministry of Immigration. And if you are serious about anti-corruption, yes, remember you smile from Kaya South, you are the anti-corruption champion. Where is the investigation? Where is the
What's a fact is 42B. That's a fact.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, again, if the government is serious about anti-corruption, and the Prime Minister has conceded that 2,000 Haitian nationals have disappeared. That has to involve complicit facilitation by the Ministry of Immigration, and I suggest that is why he moved the member from Orange Walk North, Madam Speaker, because he was the Minister of Immigration and he moved, Madam
cannot
Speaker.
you
Madam
cannot
Speaker,
cast aspersions. I see what you're doing. I'm asking you, please. It is a valid national importance matter.
It is, Madam
so,
Speaker.
So, member, just confine your statements to it.
Okay, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and as I said, this PUP government has an egregious history of immigration corruption. Egregious. 1,000 passports they sold under Max Samuels, who I believe he was designated or he had his visa revoked, Madam Speaker. And, in keeping with this issue of immigration and corruption, the Prime Minister tried to justify violating the Treaty of Chaguaramus because of this immigration corruption that he cannot contain that is happening within the immigration ministry. But how is it that you're not asking the Chinese, the People's Republic of China, for visa? Because there are hundreds of them, near the thousands, Madam Speaker, that have been found with illegal permanent residence. So how is it that we are discriminating against our CARICOM brothers and sisters, but you have these nationals from the PRC that are coming into our country with permanent residence, Madam Speaker? There is a problem, Madam Speaker. And I want to salute the public officers, I won't say her name or their names, who are exposing this corruption, Madam Speaker. And if the Prime Minister is serious about it, a cabinet reshuffle is not enough. The only way we will stop the human smuggling crisis that we have in this country is to arrest and charge the minister that was facilitating this corruption, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
No, please, you need to strike that from that last statement. One second. You need to strike that from the last statement. Leader, thank you for taking your seat, or else I would have asked you. You cannot cast the aspersions. Prime Minister, will you respond? Yeah.
I wish I don't have to, but I guess you want to tell what you
Hold up, whoa, hello. Can we take a moment to calm down? I get it. Thank you, take a deep breath. It helps. This is, I keep thinking of Honorable Sylvia Flores, rest in peace. And she was so right of her experience in this House. Prime Minister, you are going to respond.
As I said, I don't think it merits a response, but since he is on and on about this human smuggling and the Treaty of Chaguaramus, again, he has no moral authority to speak about these things. He has no moral authority. He has no moral authority to speak on this matter, Madam Speaker. And the barefacedness and for him to come and make these aspersions in this National Assembly. The people that are presently working in Immigration Department, who hired them? It is your government that hired them. And Madam Speaker, he comes and makes them. So I am asking you now, you name who you believe is creating all of this in the ministry. I need to remind him that I never heard him ever criticize the previous government with the Haitians when they were required to present a visa to come into this country. It is our government that lifted that restriction so that they could come freely. But now that they're coming freely, Madam Speaker, we have said it over and over, we are seeing signs that there is some form of human trafficking in Belize. You have these people, Madam Speaker, there are websites in Haiti, websites in the Dominican Republic, where they are advertising to the Haitians, taking advantage of these poor people, telling them that they can come to Belize, and once they get to Belize, there are people here that would facilitate them on all the way to the border of the United States of America. I don't know the exact number. I have never given a number. The Minister of Immigration has given a number when he presented the report to Cabinet, that approximately 90% or probably even more of the Haitians that come to Belize, Madam Speaker, are being smuggled on to the United States. The United States government has called our attention to this issue. And when it comes to the issue of human trafficking and human smuggling, the United States is very strict on that matter. It's because of the work that our government did that we were reduced to, where is honorable member, she's away, we were reduced to tier 2. When we were at tier 3 under the UDP, because they were facilitating human smuggling during their time. We have been reduced because of the actions that we have been taking, because we are going after anybody that we believe, even within the ministry, if we suspect that they are facilitating this issue of human smuggling. Now, when it comes, Madam Speaker, with the issue of the visa, it was not an easy decision, but we felt that we had to be able to break it for a bit. So we are saying, no, you have to come and apply for a visa before you can come to Belize, because we're trying to break that cycle, break that ring, and hold whosoever is responsible for what the action that is going on. You have vehicles out there waiting. You have people out there waiting, Madam Speaker, at the airport, that as soon as these poor Haitian people, that they're taking advantage of them, waiting for them in vans, taking them to special hotels. They spend one night in Belize City, the following day they go to Corozal, and after that they disappear. We cannot continue to allow unscrupulous people take advantage of our brothers and sisters from Haiti because they are living in such subhuman conditions. Now he wants to talk to us about immigration and what about 1,000 or whatever passports. Again, he either is misrepresenting or he's speaking out of ignorance. And I don't know which one is worse. Do I need to remind him about the late Philip Golson that had to remove because of the immigration scandal? Or the late Elito Urbina about, no, but it's the truth. Am I lying? He was removed because of immigration. He was removed. So hold on. No. It's your member that brought it up, not me. So I have to put the record straight. We have to talk about the Honorable Elito, the late Elito Urbina,
Madam Speaker,
who was
on a point of order, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
38.4. If you're saying that is relative to former members of the House as well. And Philip Golson is a member of the House. So if I can't speak about the member from Orange Walk North, who is definitely no Philip Golson, he should not be able to speak about Philip Golson. He shouldn't be able to impute improper motives.
And it is not a point of order. Your contribution involved a former member who is also deceased. This is what happens when you don't confine your contributions to exactly what's before you. So when you introduce something, the other side will comment on what you introduced.
So to point out, though, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the Honorable Philip Golson, he was taking advantage because of his disability, and so that's what they did to the poor man. You're supposed to be ashamed of yourself. And you want to make them, you brought up the name of Max Samuels.
It really is an issue with you. For 1 second, it is an issue as well, and I've made it clear to member of Cayo South. But member, you do it often. You say apologies, then you do it again. I'm asking you, please, let's get through the balance of the adjournment. with your cooperation. Thank you.
Audacity there, people, man. Legal record, I said, do so, not like do so. That's exactly what's happening right now. What about Jan Saldiva? What about Penner? What about Castro? What about Montero? Wang Hong Kim, yes. The jail, and they give him a passport. You had a commission of inquiry, and that commission of inquiry condemned the UDP government. And yet what did they do? They buried the report. They buried the report. I know you come and talk to me about this. And then, again, you see, I think it's shameful when you come and speak out of ignorance, not knowing the facts. When he's coming and saying that members on the PRC are coming in without visas. Madam Speaker, he should know better. Every member that comes into this country have to get a visa. And if they have a PR, a permanent residence, it could quite likely be that is a very simple, I mentioned, give them the permanent residence. You need to be careful how you speak. Because when you spit up in the air, it falls on your face. And that's exactly what happened to you today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I recognize you, member, all I ask members, I haven't had to invoke it much today, but clearly we saved the best for last, I guess. 42B, please, both sides, can we try to cooperate with it? I know emotions are high. I know the politics enters the House, but can we try to respect the others? It really helps your chair as well, so that I can ensure guidelines are being followed. Thank you. Member for Corozal North, apologies for that interruption.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I want to raise a concern of national importance, Madam Speaker, and it has to do with the rehabilitation of the Philip Goulson Highway, and particularly the stretch that traverses my constituency. Madam Speaker, the construction of the highway is pretty much advanced, and thankfully we have the member for Cairo South there. But it raises a number of concerns that I have been mentioning throughout the time that we have had the construction going on. Precisely now, Madam Speaker, we're at the peak of the summer, we're heading into the rainy season, and it brings the concern of all the villages that we have in that particular stretch of road. Madam Speaker, the flood-prone areas is a concern to all of us in the 5 villages that we have traversing that the Remate Road, as is commonly known. We have noticed that the construction, particularly in the village of Chanchen, is pretty much advanced, yet we are not seeing the kinds of work being done to address the issue of floods, particularly the issue with drains. There is nothing going on, and I have been very adamant and vocal on the issue of making sure that whatever we have there is done for the benefit of the people of Corozal North. A member for Cairo South, Chanchen is pretty much finished, yet we are not seeing the drainages that need to be put in place in order for us to avoid any kind of incidences when we have the rainy season coming on. And secondly, the issue of the safety and the security of our villagers in Chanchen. We have had, I don't know if the reports have reached to you, we have had 3 or 4 accidents, minor, thus far in the village of Chanchen, because we have not had the necessary speed bumps at the entrance or the exit of the villages. And so while this is just a time bomb, and I'm afraid that lives will be lost if we don't take this thing serious, we need to address these issues. I don't know whether the actual company building the road will come back and do the necessary features to ensure that the lives of our citizens are protected. But more importantly, we have children traversing that particular stretch of the highway and going into school on a daily basis. And I'm just concerned that, nowadays we don't have the kinds of drivers that would be concerned for the lives of citizens, particularly when driving under the influence of alcohol. And that is a concern for all of us there. So, member, I would want to appeal to you for you to look upon the issues that we have here. One is the issue of the drains, and secondly is the issue of speed bumps whenever we're either entering or exiting the particular village is concerned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Kayaso.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor to be able to respond to a true honorable member from the other side, the member from Corozal North. Yes, ma'am. Whatever concern the member from Corozal North has about the Remate Road will be taken into consideration. His request to analyze the drainage situation is a valid one. I would like to invite him to our ministry to be able to sit with the chief engineer and the engineers that are responsible for the supervision, and to see if whatever complaints you or your villagers have, that we may be able to resolve. I give you that commitment, Honorable. The speed bumps. Speed bumps is a request, Madam Speaker, that the ministry gets on a daily basis. The request mostly comes from the Honorable Radwell Ferguson. And we try to satisfy him as best as possible. I think Placencia has more speed bumps than the entire country, if I'm not mistaken. But again, the honorable member is right. He is looking out for his constituents. Speed bumps has its advantages and disadvantages. And so, again, I would not be able to respond as to the exact remedy for your request, but the same thing. Come and sit with us. Have the professionals at the ministry. You have to understand, Madam Speaker, these projects are not only supervised by our engineers at the ministry, but they are also supervised by foreign engineers that are hired by the international financial institutions. So we could set up a team with everybody involved to look at the situation. But we have a paved road that was never paved before. So I think that's a positive thing for Corozal North. It doesn't really matter. PUP or UDP or PIP or pink or yellow or mauve or green. From our point of view, it doesn't matter. We are representatives of the people of Belize, and our ministry serves them all. And so if there was a project that was started under the United Democratic Party, and I have repeated this quite a few times, and it is a project that is equitably done, efficiently done, and serves the people of Belize, the Prime Minister and Cabinet has given us at the ministry the mandate to continue the project. We are still working with UDP contractors because they are given contracts that legally binds them. The only difference is we make sure that they do the work in accordance to the contract and the specifications that they agreed to. It's a big difference. And I would like to inform the Belizean people and the House of Representatives, with the Prime Minister's permission. We have had savings in a lot of these projects. And these savings go back to the people. We have proven it over and over again. And with the savings in the north, you will see substantial more work being done. In the savings in the Caracol, you will see more work being done. In the savings that we will get from the coastal highway, you will see more work being done. The member, she's not here, a member from Belize Rural Central, can attest to this, that we have paved all the way into the villages of Mullins River and Mananti. That was not part of the original project. Huh? It was not part of the original project, but because of savings and because of communication and because of trying to do the best we can, we end up doing these projects. We had to do alterations on the bridge for Roaring Creek that was recently completed. It was done because after millions of dollars were spent on that road, we had a flood that did not allow traffic to flow from the west into Belmopan and vice versa. So again, we went back and we elevated that section of the road so that after spending millions of dollars, we're trying to make sure that traffic flows in times of emergency. So, member from Corozal North, honorable member from Corozal North, I take your requests, your concerns seriously. And again, I would like to say, please, we welcome you to our ministry to look at the details and to be able to address your concerns. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was my intention this afternoon to speak on the matter of duty of care to our citizens by public institutions. I speak about those many retired public officers, Madam Speaker, who, after months and even years, still continue to wait to have access to the retirement and pension benefits. I think of the horrific incident that happened with the Belize Assembly for Persons with Diverse Abilities when they were heading on a field trip and had to use alternative transportation services that could have cost them their lives. I think of Miss Meggs, of course, but I also think of a case which I have shared with my colleague from Orange Walk, the Honorable Minister of Health, and I will not go into those details because he has so kindly indicated that his CEO will look into that matter and have it addressed. But duty of care by our public health institutions. We had a case late last night that was a near life or death situation. I want to publicly thank the minister for readily and without any reservation agreeing to look into the matter. I decided to stand anyway, Madam Speaker, to offer my sincerest condolences to the Yearwood family on the passing of ASP Fitzroy Yearwood. The Yearwood family is a big family within the Albert constituency, and although they have always supported the People's United Party, I can say that ASP Fitzroy Yearwood has always been very respectful of my role as the area representative for Albert. He has always been a true professional in his work at the Belize Police Department, and he has been helpful whenever I've had to seek matters of clarification on issues affecting citizens and particularly residents of the Albert Division. I know I was hoping to make the funeral services this afternoon, and I thought this would have been a short house meeting. But I do know I speak on behalf of my colleague from Caribbean Shores, and certainly my colleagues from this side of the house when we say that Fitzroy served the Belize Police Department, and he certainly served our community with distinction. I offer my condolences to his parents, to his siblings. They are a very close-knit family if you know them, and certainly to his 9 children who all mourn his passing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to, again, along with the honourable member from Albert, to recognize the work of Mr. Police Officer Fitzroy Yearwood. I did not know him well. I did not know him personally, but from all accounts, he was a good police officer, a good Belizean, and he left us too early. And I'm sure that even in the police department, they're going to miss, and the members on the media are going to miss hearing from him when he was questioned by the media on what's going on in the police department. On the issue of the pensions, Madam Speaker, it is something that, that needs, I think, special attention. When the minister responsible for the public service just sent me a note that when we got into in November of 2020, we met a backlog of over 300 persons that were deserving of their pensions, and it has not been done. He's telling me now that he has cleared up most of the backlog. There's still a few of them, and now we're dealing with the current ones, which is unfortunate with the lady, what's her name again, Church? So, Ms. Megs, yes, it's Megs, and that of what happened to her. And it shows, Madam Speaker, that there is poor record keeping within the government system. Actually, we just found out that she was being overpaid for a number of years. I think it's about over $8,000. It's a pity that they were a member from don't get excited, let me explain. The member from the Minister from Human Development could be here to give you more details to explain. It does not mean that we're going to do anything about that, because she needs the money more than any other time, so she will get the pension that she deserves. But that goes to point out that the issue of poor record keeping. And as government, as public officers are being moved from ministry to ministry, somehow it seems that there are times when their records do not follow them, or they do not enter the time that they're working. For instance, there's the issue right now with Dr. Coyer, who there are a number of years of his work that was not recorded when he was at Carl Huchner. And so now he is trying to find, well, I've been working, and I know the minister has been working with him to make sure that he can get the pension that he deserves, because he has been a great doctor, one of the doctors that truly do this out of love and not so much about the money. And so we have to make sure. There's another doctor, the doctor, what's her name? The doctor, husband just died. Dr. Mogel, yes, sorry, Mogel, and she finds herself in the same problems. So we have a lot of these employees that are going through this problem. So maybe it's a time for maybe the ministry, or maybe they're already doing it, Ministry of Public Service, to be able to start to maybe send out a memo to, I don't know how, or set up a team to ensure that these records are properly kept, and certainly to be able to digitize the records so that then we can keep track of where everybody is at all times. So when the time comes for them to be able to get the pension that they deserve, that it will be an easy way to get it done, and have to be going from ministry to ministry trying to find records, and if they enter it at the right time, and it's tedious. And so I agree with you. It is something that we have to work better at, and it's not something that just happened. It's something that's been happening over the years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Collett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please allow me to join my colleague from Albert, who is the area representative for the Yearwood family, and also the Prime Minister and other members of this House who excuse me, have given their condolences to the family and have spoke so well about ASP Fitzroy Yearwood. Fitzroy, Madam Speaker, was a close friend of mine. We grew up together on the south side of Belize City, And I had the opportunity, because I know that I may not have made the funeral today, to go to his wake last night, which was held at the House of Culture. And I stayed actually until the wake finished, maybe around midnight, because I was so overjoyed to see such a festive event. And if you know Fitzroy, he's what we call in a Creole clown, and make sure that he's the life of the party. He's a very jovial fellow. The Fitzroy Yearwood that you see on the TV being all serious and delivering information is only one side of Fitzroy. I make this point, Madam Speaker, to point out that I enjoyed staying at the wake because it was a coming together of a lot of Southside black people, and I'm not being racist when I say that, but you know, there are recent comments about the black Southside people, which I can't understand to save my life, but it's an important part of our Belizean makeup. And Fitzroy, in my view, was a good example of what a poor black Southside little boy who grew up rough and tough near that Yarborough Cemetery and could have been anything that so many of our other young youth, male especially, have turned out to, that is down the negative line. Many people would not remember or believe that he was once an acolyte, and in fact he and I served together at St. John's Cathedral. I remember one night, Madam Speaker, after Christmas Eve Mass, Father Wright, who is now the Bishop Wright, invited us to his home to eat cake and some refreshments, and Fitzroy devoured the man's entire Christmas ham right there and then. And when Miss Laura, who is my cousin, woke up the morning, the bishop's mother, no Christmas ham. But that was the kind of person he was. And I believe he exemplified greatly what could come of our Belizean Southside males. So I give tribute for him today. And Madam Speaker, while I do that, please, that's not the issue I wanted to speak on. I just wanted to join with my colleagues in honoring him. I will still try to make what would be the remains of the funeral, but I thought it important for us to place on the record here as well this nation's appreciation for him. I think all will agree that he did a very stellar job as the police press, I don't know what's the official term, officer, secretary, whatever it is, of giving information to this nation on a daily basis when it came to the issues of the police. So I place on record my personal gratitude, and I believe the gratitude of this entire House and nation when it comes to Fitzroy Yearwood, or as we call him, Faye. His initials spelled out F-A-Y, so we call him Faye. Madam Speaker, the issue I want to talk about today, though, is the issue of our young people who are involved in sports. And I join the Prime Minister and others, who, the Leader of the Opposition and others, who commended our young athletes, the outstanding young Belizean who, as the Prime Minister put it this morning, brought the garland back and won the cross-country race this year. And the young, I'm not sure how his name is pronounced, I've heard variations, Demetri, or whatever the name is, Myers, who I mean, when you hear about these gold medals being won, Madam Speaker, you feel, oh, it's just another situation that occurred, and it's another 1 minute of us being proud of our young people. And so I made it my business to go back and view the races, the 1,500 meters, under 17 male, and the 3,000 meters. This young man was so spectacular. I mean, he won these races by leaps and bounds beyond the competition. And it has to speak great volumes about the kind of talent that we have in Belize with our young people. And it brings me to the point, Madam Speaker, that I want to hone in on today. I noted that my friend, the member for Stand Creek West, and my friend, the member from Port Loyola, who represent the Ministry of Youth and Sports, both visited the airport to welcome the young Mr. Myers home as he participated in local athletic games here in Belize. And this is all good and well. I have had the opportunity, as you know, of being Minister of Youth and Sports, and we quite often have these joyous welcome home for our athletes, but more needs to be done. And I want to make a particular appeal this evening for two of Belize's best talents when it comes to athletics that I believe we are slipping down on an opportunity to ensure that they get taken care of. A few months ago, Prime Minister, your wife, Special Envoy, Mrs. Briceño, highlighted these two young ladies, the Carr sisters who hail from the College Division, for their spectacular performance in athletics. They are runners. And in fact, through the help of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports under my watch, these young ladies were sent to Jamaica to further their education, at the same time train for their athletics performances. And I was saddened to learn this week, Madam Speaker, that both of them are home in Belize now, not yet completing their academic journey. Of course, their training has been discontinued. They attend, I believe it's UTEC in Jamaica, where they are receiving, and you know that Jamaica has a good farming system, if you will, of athletes and training for athletes. Your good colleague, your female colleague, Babsy Granger, of course, is very proud of her record in Jamaica of ensuring that the young athletes in Jamaica are trained, and has given assurances that she will do whatever she can do to help young Belizeans who have the same kind of desire. But I make the appeal, and I beg the pardon of my colleague, the Minister of Education, immediately, and also the member from St. West, who is the Minister of Sports, that I did not come to you personally, as I feel very certain that you would lend a hand. But those two young ladies are both 8 credits shy of getting their degrees and continuing their training. They have been out of school now for, I believe, a semester or two, and I make the appeal to you to help those young persons. Yes, they are colored voters. Yes, they are colored residents. But they're also spectacular Belizeans who, I believe, in the same way how we can be proud of Mr. Kiros and Mr. Myers, who have done so well, we can be proud of these young. In fact, they have already put Belize on the map. As I've said, they have been highlighted many times, including by the Prime Minister's wife, the Special Envoy for Women and Children. So I make that appeal, Madam Speaker, and I make a general appeal that when we see these talented young people come up, that we do what we need to do to nurture their talents, and we also look for those who have not yet begun to shine, because indeed they're out there and we need to find them and nurture them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the member for Stank Request.
To the member from Collett. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the young man, Dimitri Myers, for this spectacular in the race in the Bahamas about 2 weeks ago. So when he was about to arrive in the country, the Ministry of Sports made all arrangements for him to be landed at the Philip Wilson International Airport, and we make sure he get VIP status. From there, we went on through Belize City with a parade with him and his dad, and we ended up at the Marion Jones Stadium for different activities. But he was very energized, and he appreciated the warm welcome to Belize, and I told him that Cabinet did mention his name in Cabinet the Tuesday before, that he did an excellent job. I also made contact with Oscar Quiros, who left the country the Monday after cross country. And I told him whenever he returns, we'll give him the same recognition when he comes to Belize. In terms of the two young lady Carr, the Minister of Education and myself have a very good collaboration when it comes to assisting athletes in their education. And so sometime last year, those going to in the United States were given a stipend to study in the US. And every time there is opportunities, I make contact with the minister, and he responded positively. With the two young lady Carrs, yes, they did well, The ministry supported them for 2 years, but they had some difficulty at school and they had to drop out. Not anything related to any assistance from the ministry. So if they are here in Belize, I think the minister will still figure out how we can get them back into a college and get them back into UB in Belize. It's very important. So we are going to look into it, sir. No, it wasn't money. It wasn't money.
You have to press it again, Minister.
I said afterwards we can talk about it one-on-one.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.